All right, hello. How's everybody doing? So we're gonna be doing a little workshop here with we're gonna be doing start working on a build for Alistair's challenge. So let's go ahead and we'll take a look at that. All right, so here we go. We got Alistair's challenge up. Let's see. Can I zoom in? I can't. So I'm just gonna read this off here. So it's a new challenge, Gut Crabs Build Challenge. We're so back. The goal of this challenge to construct a small crabbing or lobster boat. Stupid, keep it simple. Requirements: must cost less than 60 grand, must work properly without infinite fuel electric, XML and glitches are fine, must be powered by straight diesel engine or steam. Straight meaning it's only using diesel as a power source, not that the engine needs to be physically straight. Must fit within the size requirements. Length 55 blocks, width 21, height none. There's no the nose. Each participant gets one submission. No already started builds. No team submissions. No workshop micros. No mods. For your build to be included in the final voting and in the video, must follow all these rules listed above. Workshop page, startup procedure, crab lobster pot operation. It's a bit more complicated, just so I don't mess it up and think it's broken. Grading workshop page 1 to 10, effort put in a thumbnail, nice description of the vehicle, instructions for any complicated operations. Photos of the vehicle are included on the workshop page. Overall looks, detail 1 to 10, how well it operates 1 to 10, pot system functionality 1 to 10. Minus 5 points if it tips over in the wind during testing. This means pretty much on its side and not usable. Max score 40. Note, at the end of each challenge, there's a vote done in my Discord server for each submission with your favorite, and at the end of each and every vote for each legal submission adds 0.5 to your final score, meaning the votes done by the community can affect the final standing. Not only that, but the submission with the most votes at the end will also be granted community favor on the Discord and will receive a role stated as much as well placed in the Wall of Honor. Testing, spawn it and give it a good look over, drive it around, out and about. Test it in 40% wind near the shore, don't worry, not far out. Prizes, you'll get the GCBC winner out on the Discord, made into emoji on the Discord bonus prize. Not guaranteed every time, a gift card. Alright, good, so that sounds good. We'll get started on this. Alright, so let's go ahead and I'll keep up the Discord on the side here for sizing especially. I don't want to make a very huge boat here. I kind of want to keep it simple. I don't always have a ton of time to work on this. So let's look at some small crabbing boats. Alright, and we'll kind of get some inspiration here. For some reason, I really would like to do a stern drive, a stern cabin, but I don't know if I'm gonna actually do that. So like I'm looking at some here. This green boat speaks to me here. I kind of like the wide design of this. That'll make it a little bit easier to do some of the to get some good stability off of it. That one's kind of cool, but a little large. Don't want outboards, I want inboards. It's kind of a neat design there. This one, like here, is kind of nice and wide and fat. Lobster boat, kind of like that. This is what I mean by kind of the stern pilot house. For some reason, I like that, but I don't make those very often, so that'd be kind of interesting. Especially work with other people, it's kind of nice to be able to see the action when you're pulling up. You can kind of see all your workers. We used to do some multiplayer crabbing, was fun. Let me see. So some good ideas here. Want to keep it reasonably simple. So I'll look for a stern pilot house and we'll kind of see what we can come up with. I don't want it to be too big either. I want to kind of keep it on the simple side. See, this is kind of cool. That's kind of a smaller stern pilot house there. That's a middle pilot house. Not really helpful with using a crane. I like to keep it on the smaller side. That's kind of a cool Ship there. Alright, so let's take that down. I'm gonna look around and see what I can find further. Let's see, stern, pilot, house, commercial crab boats. Not seeing much with stern pilot houses. Here's, that's an interesting one. Don't want it to be too big. Kind of keeping it on the small side. I kind of like this idea of a stern pilot house. I like to keep it pretty small. Yeah. I don't know why stern pilot house is interesting to me at the moment, but it kind of is. Kind of like just so I could, like, if we were to do multiplayer with it, you could kind of see what everybody's doing. You know, you don't have to turn around as much. Kind of like, you know, some of the Deadliest Catch had some stern pilot houses. Don't see many stern pilot houses though for crab boats. I'll do a commercial lobster boat. Bring that up again. We'll see what we have here. Yeah, the commercial lobster boats. I'm like, this is the kind of size. That's why I'm like, I kind of was thinking of a stern pilot house, but I'm kind of like, no, either as well. So something like that. Kind of old school here. I like that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go without not do a stern pilot house. Find one I like here. Want a big rear deck on it. Like, see, this is kind of main lobster boat here. I'd like a little bit more of a cabin than that. It's an offshore lobster boat there. Kind of like the design of this. It's kind of a nice, cool, old school design there. Nice wide boat like that I'm kind of looking at. I kind of like this. Alright, let's start building. I'm leaning towards something like this, I'm thinking. So let's go ahead and start working on that. See if I can find a brand here. If I do for sale, I should be able to find some more pictures. Yeah, do that and then find some pictures. $51-footer. I want to keep it reasonably small. Ooh, this is a cool one. I like this. Let's open this one up and I'll bring it up in a second. That one's cool. I like this one. This one's cool. to 45. The 45 there. That's a 44 with a neat design. That's another one, 44. The 40. It's a 36. Couple 36s. There's a 35 that's really cool. I'd like to keep it small is kind of the thing. And then I need, it needs to still be able to haul the pots, so that's part of it. So let's look at some of these links here. Alright, so like this is one I like. This one's a 50-footer. How's it going there, Variante? Do something on Discord right quick. Alright, there we go. That's a Navi lobster trawler. That's a trawler. I like its general shape though. Here's a 45. They tend to be pretty wide for stability. You have a lot of pots on the deck. This is a 44. Kind of digging this one. I like this one. I like the color scheme. I like the roof line on this one. This one I'm digging. I think that one I like more than the other ones I've seen so far. Yeah, I'm digging on this one. This one's kind of cool. You can kind of see how wide it is. It's like 50% the width of its length. It has a really high, like the beam ratio. I like this one. This one's kind of cool. This is probably my leading one so far. Let's see what this is. This is a 44. I like this one as well. I like its stubby nose. Yeah, it's got this real stubby nose, wide deck. Not very good pictures though. I like that one, but it's the pictures aren't great. This one's a little bit kind of an older looking one. It's kind of old school. I like that. Here's a 35. I kind of like this one. I think this is the one here that I'm going to do, a 44. It's not that big of a boat. It's not going to have that much interior space, so that makes it a little bit easier to work on. That's what I think I'm going to work on. All right, let's start on that. This one is 44, and let's see, it's 24 foot wide. Okay, so that should fit within the limitations. I'll bring up the limitations and take a look. See what Alistair had for size here. All right, where is the link? 5521. So 55 divided by, or let's see, 4. 13.75 meters. 13.75 meters. We'll do a quick conversion here. So meters to feet. So what's this? 44? 44 feet, 13.4. So that will fit. And then what was the width he had on there? 21 blocks. Let's see. 21 divided by 4 is 5.25 meters. So 5.25 meters. 5.25 is 17 foot wide, so that's not going to be enough width to do this boat. We go to the smaller boat. Yeah, the smaller boats will fit. So maybe I'll do I like the look of this boat, and then I'll just shrink the size down. Yeah, that's what I think I'll do. Pictures suck on this really badly. I can't get it to go how I want. There we go. Yeah, so I think that's what we'll do. So let's go, we'll plan on, let's go max width and knock one in. That's what we'll do. So let's see, get on there again. 21 blocks wide. All right. That is 29. So let's see. All right, there's 21 right there, so that's max width. We'll knock one in there. So that's max width there. And then let's do a length to beam ratio on this. So let's see. So it's the regular boat, let's say 40 divided by 24 is a 1.66 times, let's see, how many? Times 19. That's 31 blocks long. So we'll do 30. So that's the length to beam ratio of this boat. Okay. So that's a good start. We can go a little bit longer if we need to. All right, good. So that's a good start. All right, let's see. I'm going to cut this. Trying to kind of, they don't have an overhead view, but kind of eyeball what I want here. All right, so that's kind of, it's a very squared off bow. So kind of, and I can increase the length as necessary. That's a good start. All right, that's good. And let's do very vertical bow on it. Okay. Alright, so that's looking pretty good there. You have one anywhere? I don't think I do. One area where a lot of people just they can't figure out hulls is like you just gotta count the blocks. It's 2 by 2, so you need a 2 by 2. It's really, it's all you gotta do is kind of count. Kind of have issues with that. people don't realize like how square some of these boats are either. It's like try to round things out too much sometimes. It's like a lot of stuff stays pretty square. All right. Might try. Let's see if I can start inverting this. It may not work. We'll start to see. Let's see what I can do with this, if anything. It starts going up pretty quickly because like they're very wide in the front, and then they start to go to the engines pretty quickly. Let's see if I can keep that and turn it around the way I like. Very long sweep on this boat, coming back up. Yeah, that will do all right. It's a very flat bottom. You know, very square, these boats, and that gives them the stability. And like people in game, like they're trying to make these really rounded, like sports boats for everything. It's like not everything is a speedboat. It's like, you know, a lot of these boats are very square. It's like there was somebody who was in the Navy talking about how like, you know, they walked underneath aircraft carriers when they're in dry dock, and they're very square. And for some reason, people in game think that everything is like designed like a speedboat, and it's like it's not, man. It's a lot of stuff is very squared out. You look at the bottom of like a cargo ship, very squared out. And it helps with stability, and it's like when people just think that if the game was automatically, you know, 100% realistic, they do great, and it's like, no, it's like you'd have to then build everything realistically, and they don't build realistically anyway, and it's like you just make it harder for those very people that think that it would somehow magically make it easy for them. I think I want... You know, especially like I always see people like thinking that if only airplanes were more realistic in game, they would have an easier time building. It's like you would have such a harder time building. You really would, because you'd have to build it like an airplane. You know, it'd have to be very realistic, and people, you'd have to learn every bit of aerodynamics to make it work. It's like it's like some of the small things that a lot of people don't even understand about the aerodynamics. They had like strakes to help with the ground effect handling for landing and stuff like that. You know, you'd have to know all that stuff to be able to make an aircraft that lands properly. You know, this realism is rarely just the easy solution. It just rarely is. They're very interesting stern designs on these. Hello, Jack. How's it going, Go Hunter? I'm making a boat for Alistair's challenge. It's a crab boat. I've already made crab pots. I made a tutorial on crab pots, so I'm just going to take the crab pots from my tutorial video. Alright, and then it has kind of a single deck overhang in the back. I don't know what the point of that is, but that's what they have here. So I'm going to kind of replicate that. Yeah, it's got an overhang that's interesting. I don't know why they specifically do it like that, but they do. Let me get rid of that and do this. You know, generally speaking in the game, too, if you build realistically, you know, much people want to shit on the physics. It's like, it's not perfectly 100% the same, but it's like, build things that are pretty accurate. They work pretty accurately, you know, and it's, that was somebody, for example, they were asking for help. They built a plane that has no elevators and then wondering why it doesn't pitch properly. And it's like, you don't have elevators, man. You need elevators. Then they're trying to tell me you don't need elevators. It's like, on what planet do you not need elevators in this game? It's like, I just don't get it. 100% you need elevators. Alright, so it kind of has an overhang in the pictures I'm looking at here. And then it has kind of support stanchions like that. I don't know why, but it does. And then it has a ducted prop in the center. Okay. And then you work on the bow rise here. So let's cut out here. Yeah, you want a highish bow, so as you hit in the waves, it takes the waves to the front. Okay. Alright, so there's the bow. See, I want to finish this. Let's see. So it's kind of, the bow on this is completely covered. So it pretty much goes like this on the bow of the ship I'm looking at. And then it, and I think we'll cut in the pilot house. So cut in the pilot house like that maybe. That'll work out well. And this should give it good buoyancy, which we can ballast, which will give it good center of gravity, nice low center of gravity that will fix a lot of the stability issues with, you know, working crab pots. So that should all help out. And these pretty much go all the way to the rear. And then at the end, the back is open, so you can slide pots on and off the rear. So like that, and then I don't know how I want to. That probably. Trying to think if I want that to go up one more. I think I do. Okay, there. That'll work, alright. Alright, that looks about accurate to how the boat is. Bring up a picture of the boat again so you can see it. So that's what we're looking at here. So it's got this tall covered bow, and then the pilot house digs right in almost all the way to the front. It's got pretty quick sloping. If you look at the back here, you can see props right under there. It thins out pretty quickly in the back here. You see the vertical element there. So most of the buoyancy's in here. So that should be all stuff we can do well in game. Alright, so that's good. Let's start working out pilot house here. I don't know why it doesn't let me go back to the pictures that I want unless I refresh. Kind of that one gunnel rail. Gonna start squaring this off. Doesn't go back that far. Maybe like to here. And then the roof line does extend over, which is good. So the roof line can go like to there. Alright, good. And I like too, the other thing too is people pick these really shapely builds and then they'll struggle to get them to work in game. It's like if you pick some shapes that are natural to the game, then the builds look right, you know? Try to pick these really shapely vehicles IRL and then they struggle to make them work in game. It's like if you pick one that's like a squarish build, that's why I like construction and mining equipment, is it really makes it a little bit easier to get things to work in game. It kind of has that natural shape that the game has. Like there, that looks good. want an eyebrow on this, is what I want. Okay, and then it has angled glass. I'm trying to decide if I want to do that. I might. I think I am gonna do that. So I'm thinking 3s by 2s maybe. Yeah, that works out. Yeah, I'm digging that. Don't like the back swept on that eyebrow. I don't. It's looking a little tall, so let's see if I can cut the eyebrow there. Work that eyebrow later. And then it has a couple side windows here. Let's see how high he's standing to. I might drop that down a row. Could go 3s. Could you review my oil rig? No, I'm not. I don't do any reviews. Couple squared out windows there, and then we can drop it up or down as we need to. Let's go. We'll dump this in the water real quick. We'll see what it looks like here. As far as standing on it. We should all be sealed up. So let's spawn that in. So not too bad actually visually. That's actually, the height's not bad. I might go to 3s just for visual. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Drop these down to 3s. Let's go. 1, 2. Got a center window. Yeah, so I want that there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got 5 windows. Let's go to 2. by 3s and see what we can do with that. Gotta be 3s then. Yeah, okay. That'll work. First, I want to put this glass on here. Yep, I think that will do. And then pretty much cut this back here, so let's take that. Starting to look how I want it. Have I seen the new Castle Island update? I saw that it was there. I haven't really looked at it. I saw some pictures of the island. I really wish the island that I wanted was a I would have liked to see a small island out in the middle. Like if we look at there, let's save this real quick. Let's see if we go what this challenge is called. GCBC challenge. And always save a backup. Yeah, the island I would have liked to see was... I would have loved to see an island down here. I'd like to see an island, the 4 corners, 1, 2, 3, and 4, something like that. And like with fishing, it's tough because you get 12-year-olds on Adderall who, you know, they can't spend more than 5 minutes doing something, or it takes quote-unquote forever to get anywhere. And by forever, you ask them, and they say, oh, 15 minutes. And so 15 minutes is too long for some of these people to do stuff. And so, personally, I would like to see like an island down here, and I'd like the island to, say, be this big. And I'd like to have an airport and a large ship port. And so what you could do is you would put the most valuable fishing grounds around here. And so by putting the most valuable fishing grounds around this island, it would give you a reason to go to the island. This is where you can get the best fish. So you go to this island. And the catch is, this island has no place to sell fish. And so what you'd have to do is then come up with a solution. How do I take the valuable fish and get them to a sell point like FJ Warner or JSI? And so that's, again, you're creating a problem that you need to engineer a solution to. And the solution would be an airplane, right? You have a small airport there. You have the ability to get really valuable fish. And so, yeah, you want to go get some cheap trash fish out here that take you 10 seconds to go from... And I showed this. Like, people are complaining about the distances. Literally, you could go from... this is a sell point here for fish. You could go from here to here and back and forth all day long, and it wouldn't take you very long because the distances were short. It took you like 10 minutes at like a realistic speed boat to get back and forth from the fishing grounds. And you could just rake in money all day. So you could do that where you do 400 trips with a very low value fish to make, say, $1 million. Or you do 40 trips of fish that are worth 10 times the amount. What you would do is you would fish, go in, you would load the fish onto an airplane, fly it up to FJ. You could land and then sell the fish right here. And so it would be essentially the same amount of time input for a more valuable fish, essentially, and you'd be able to use airplanes, and it would give you a reason to use airplanes. So that's what I would like to see instead of like the castle. Like, I'm not opposed to the castle, but I just, like a lot of people, I agree, it doesn't have much use. Alright, so that boat's starting to look pretty good how I want it. Alright, I'm trying to think how I want to do this eyebrow. Go like this for now. I'll figure out what I want to do with that later, I guess. Alright, so we've got kind of... Make sure this is saved up. I want to see if I can get this on go to a... will this fit over here? I don't know if it will or not. Modular engines? Yes, modular engines. Modular engines are my favorite. Like, I even want to go back and convert Tethys over to diesel. I don't think... No, it will fit. Okay, so this will fit in the small base, so that's good. I actually wanted to make sure this fit in the small base too, so that it could be used in the career build series earlier. Alright, so if you watch my hull design tutorial series, like, this is floating higher than I'd like, and that's exactly what I want. Alright. You always want to build your boats so they float with more buoyancy than you're going to eventually want it, because then you can ballast. Ballast gives you stability. So let's really quickly talk about stability here. So, some factors to consider. Like, let's look at where this is. So let's go ahead and paint a block here. So right there is our center of gravity. It is way too high at the moment. Now, it's actually not too bad forward and aft. It doesn't have to be perfectly in the center, but the closer it is to center, the better. So right there, that is, let me look, 31, 42 blocks. I gotta double check how long it can be. Let me double check that again before we fall in love with something I can't have. I think it was 55 blocks. I think so. Yeah, 55 blocks. We got no problem with length. But let's go ahead and look at this. And it is so there's 42 blocks. So say 43 would be 22. So 22 would be the center point. So somewhere in the neighborhood of 22. We're at 23 right now. So we're about centered out. And the other thing too is you have to center it with the center of buoyancy. So if we look at where the center of buoyancy is, again, we don't get an indication, but we don't need it. Look, we got this big, fat, bulbous section in the front, right, which holds lots of air, which is our buoyancy, essentially. And we have this thinner section in the back, which holds less air. So as you notice, it's floating really well. So like if we were to take equidistant blocks, and we're going to do, let's see, what's that? 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5. We go and we spawn this in the water. Once it settles down, I don't know why I need to be in the water. I don't. But, we can also tell if it's tipping based on the green blocks there. And you can see it's favoring maybe the stern just a little bit. But it's looking pretty good as far as tipping forward and back as well. So you want it to be as stable as possible. And you want to start with the boat ultra buoyant. You want it really, 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 really buoyant, because you can add things like engines and everything else. And you want to get that center of gravity down. If you watch the whole tutorial series, the next thing I do here is we're going to start putting in a bunch of weight blocks in the bottom. And that's going to drag that CG down. The lower we can get the CG, the better. Alright, so let's start doing that. The other thing, too, is this is the other thing people don't understand about how a lot of boats are built. Alright, let's do a quick drawing here of boats. Alright. 2560 by 1440, please. Alright, so let's look at paint here. So if we draw a boat here, right? This is the way, especially with larger boats, this is the way you should be building your larger boats. And a lot of people, again, this is how they do them in real life, and then people don't do it in game, and then they complain that, oh, it doesn't work. It's like, build it like you would in real life. So, let's go 20 on the brush, maybe. And then black's fine. All right, so here is our hull of our boat, okay? If you put, say, for example, I talk about this in some of the tutorials. If you were to put a fuel tank in the bow, right, even if the boat floats flat, when this is full of fuel, right, let's say the boat floats flat when that's full of fuel, right, as soon as you start to, let's do this, alright, let's go like this, make a layer, let's go ahead and we'll put a fuel tank. So if you put a fuel tank like this in the bow, right? And then you do, I'm trying to think the best way to do this here. All right, and so let's say then you fill the fuel tank full of fuel. Okay, so full of fuel. And the boat floats flat. As soon as you start burning that fuel, right, the weight is going down. You're turning fuel into carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, a bunch of other nasty chemicals that are all going out in the atmosphere. That fuel is going out in the atmosphere, essentially, and you're losing weight. Well, what's going to happen? The bow is going to lose weight, and the bow is going to tip up, and the boat's going to tilt with the bow in the air, right? So, real simple solution, right? All you have to do is you go ahead and you move your fuel tanks and you put them in the center, right? And this, now what happens when you go ahead and you, let me grab this again. All right, so now when you burn fuel, right, what's going to happen? The boat's going to go straight up. It's going to go up higher into the, it's going to go vertical, but it's not going to tip forward or back. And so that's important. So, what do a lot of, especially large boats, do? They don't build a fuel tank like this. They go, let's delete that. Let's go here. So what a lot of boats do when they build their fuel tanks is they build them into the hull, and they build them, in the lowest level of their hull. So fuel tanks of a lot of boats are at the lowest level right there. And so there's your fuel tank, right? So it makes it super duper simple, right? You go ahead and you fill that with fuel. Right, you fill your fuel tank with fuel, and it's at the lowest level, so that makes your center of gravity really nice and low, which is what you want for stability. And as the fuel burns, the boat goes straight up. Right, so you use the lowest level of your ship for your fuel tanks. And if you need to add ballast, right, you could put water ballast in there, you can put weights in there, you can do all this stuff. You put it at the lowest level. And so that's how you should be building your boats in game as well. And a lot of people, they want realism, but they're not going to build the realism. Like, this is the sort of stuff you can do realistically that helps. So this boat, we're not going to be walking around on the bottom of the boat anyway. But what we can do here is, if we start to, let's take a layer here. I'm going to add the layer down here. Right, I won't save this, and then we can screw it. So there we go. We've got our tank underneath, right? So we want to have the boat go straight down. All right, so let's take a spawner. And we don't need this much fuel, but we'll put it in here anyways. And I'll take a liquid meter. Right, so what this is going to do is this is going to really lower your center of gravity because you have all this fuel. Like, for example, tugboats often don't, or generally don't have water ballast. They don't fill up water ballast tanks. But what they do often have is fuel is often part of a tugboat's ballast that gives it a nice low center of gravity, so when it's pulling a ship, it doesn't tip over. And so for a lot of tugboats, they can't go out and pull ships unless they have a certain amount of fuel. They can't go out there with 10% fuel or they'd tip over. So they make sure they're already always close to topped off, so the center of gravity is nice and low. And you can do the same thing here with your boat, where you put in that ballast. Let's do a dial. Let's tie that in. All right, so now we're full of diesel. And you see how the ship is sitting lower, and we can see how, you know, we have more fuel in the front, so it's tipping forward, so we need to ballast for that fuel. We need to take some of the fuel out of the front, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to keep moving our ballast around to get the ship stable. And you have to do this every time you add a new part. It's the same thing you have to do in real life. For example, airplanes, as they move components, they have to add ballast places. They have to move the wings. They have to do all these different things. You have to do it here as well. All right, so for example, we know now that there's too much fuel ballast in the bow, so we need to take it out. So what we can do is we can take a line, and we can cut the line like so, and now what we'll do is we will take, I'll just cut these for now. And so we're going to push our fuel back to get that weight back. So this is where I see a lot of people have problems. They put these big proud tanks sitting somewhere in the boat. They're not in the right position. Put them under your feet, especially big boats. Big boats, the fuel is in tanks underneath your feet. Let's see if that's level. Okay, good. Spawner should be diesel. Alright, so now you see it's sitting much flatter because we took some of that fuel out of the bow, and now we're sitting much flatter. All right, you got to do this with every stage of building a boat. All right, so let's look at that number again really quick. And I don't believe battle cannon pieces affect this, so we're at 66, 20, 62. Let's see, can't remember if they do or not. Let's take battle cannon extensions, all right? And I'll use these for ballast. For hard ballast. This ballast never comes out. This is always solid ballast that will be in here all the time. Alright, so it was 6620. Let's see if that number goes down. That's all we're doing is seeing if the number goes down. It doesn't. So battle cannon pieces can be put in your fuel tanks, and they will not decrease the capacity of your fuel tank. So I do this a lot to ballast out my ships, is I will put these in the fuel tanks. and that will help to the ability to get that center of gravity moved down. And we're going to have to, this is probably going to be an excessive amount, but let's look. So look where the center of gravity is now, right? It's still forward and back in the correct spot, right? It's still in this line, but look where it is now, right? It was up here, now it's down here. So this boat's going to be much, much more stable because we've lowered the center of gravity. It's going to prefer to stay upright than it is to be upside down. And that's how, for example, we're going to need to use a crane to, we're going to have to use a crane to get the pots on and off the boat. And so by lowering that center of gravity, the boat's going to be less likely to tip over. So we're actually going to start with weight blocks, but you can see how you can also put battle cannon pieces in your fuel tanks. So the first thing we can do to get this weight really low is we're going to cut in. I got to find a spot I can do it here. Let's cut right here. And we're going to grab weight blocks. And so let's see what it weighs now. So it currently weighs 28.18. And I'm going to put in weight blocks. And now it's at 32.86. Alright, I'm going to see how it's sitting. It's a little bit bow heavy, so we need to move a little bit mass to the rear. We need to ballast back. So we have our fuel ballast in there, right? And what you want to do is when you're at full fuel, you want to have... when you're at full fuel, you want to be where essentially you want to be sitting at the water line. So as you burn fuel, you just rise up away from that. All right, now we need to get a little bit of rear ballast in here. So we're going to go ahead and grab some battle cannon pieces because these are the most space efficient for ballast. All right, now we're at 38.86. All right. So we're sitting pretty good. We're sitting probably a little touch low because the water washes over the deck every once in a while. Well, you see, we're now sitting where I want. I want this deck to be completely above the water, but we have a little bit of too much weight in the bow. So we'll work on that. All right, good. And so this is going to be nice and stable because if we look, this is not accounting for all that fuel right now. But if we look where our center of gravity is. Our center of gravity is now here, right? It's pretty well centralized, and it's nice and low. And so if we look where our deck is right here. The center of gravity is right there. So that allows us to... the boat's going to always prefer to be upright. So let's save it real quick, and I'll go show you my test rig from the hull tutorial series. So if you watch the hull tutorial series, the second video kind of shows a little bit more inherent stability. I haven't got the video done yet, but I started going into like what you do next, which is essentially what I'm doing is I'm adding fuel tanks and all this other stuff. But if you go watch the hull tutorial series video, do I have one on the pivots? Let's see. So here's let's see, pivot test, rig, neutral stability. See what this looks like here. Okay, that's good. So let's go ahead and... So this is from the hull tutorial series, if you go watch that video. Alright, so if you look here, before I add that platform, see where the center of gravity is? It's really low. Alright, so the center of gravity is nice and low. If we go ahead and we grab the first example, again, from the hull tutorial series. I think it was hull test 1, actually. All right, so if you look right here, this doesn't have any of that ballasting in there. You notice there's no weight blocks. And look where the center of gravity is. The center of gravity is way the hell up here, right? It's right about where our deck is. And so when I go ahead and I add in the pendulum, when I go and add the pendulum in here, because the center of gravity is high, right, the boat doesn't really care whether it's upright or upside down. And that's, of course, not what you want with a boat, right? You want a boat to care if it's right side up or upside down, right? What is going on with this? There we go. Okay. All right, so in this example, right, when I put this on, the center of gravity is right about there. All right, and so it's right at the pivot point. So the boat doesn't care if it's right side up or upside down. Right, so if I walk around on the deck, the boat is going to be ultra tippy because it doesn't care if it's right side up or upside down. And that's something that's good for, say, an aerobatic plane, right? So that it can stay upside down easily, it can stay right side up, it can stay on the side, it can do all that. Now notice how much this boat is rocking and rolling because it doesn't care if it's right side up or upside down. And then you get hit by a wave and the boat flips over and you go, oh my god, my boat's upside down, game suck, right? No. Your design sucks, right? If you then change it where, if you look at this one, that's where the center of gravity is really low. Look at the difference from ballasting properly. We put in a good low center of gravity, and we're going to be able to rock and roll this boat really well. Paste. We're going to be able to rock and roll this boat really well because the center of gravity is lower. The boat prefers to stay upright, and every time we try to make a move, it wants to go back to level. So see, I'm going to run around like I did last time. The boat's much more stable. I'm not going to be able to rock this boat over at all. That's as much as I can get this boat rocking and rolling. And then if I jump out, look how quickly it stabilizes because that weight keeps wanting to go down to the center of the earth. And so it's gonna dampen each of the oscillations. So real simple basic physics to make this shit work. And so we're doing that with this boat now, is we're currently putting our fuel in there, which lowers the center of gravity, makes the boat want to stay upright. And we're also adding some weight, which does the same thing. And so what's going to happen is, you'll see this probably with a lot of people in this competition where they're trying to put pots on their boat, and their boat wants to tip over. This is how you cure for that, by lowering that center of gravity. As you put a tiny piddly little pot over the side, the boat's still going to want to stay up. It might tilt a little bit, but it's not going to want to tip over. Get rid of this. I got to kick some jackass bot on Twitch. It would be nice if they'd finally get rid of all their bots on Twitch. That'd be nice. Alright, good. Viewer bot, he's gone. There. Might want a physics flutter as well. I don't really care about a physics flutter. You can put one in there, it doesn't hurt anything, but I have no real desire for physics flutter. It's not necessary for me, let's put it that way. Because it's not going to be that physically demanding. Alright, let's see. Let's see about adding one more row for now. So the other thing too is you're adding excessive weight. Let's put it that way as well. This is the other thing to consider, is you want to add extra weight. And the reason is, we're going to add more stuff, right? So like right now, the boat's in the water, right? The boat's probably sitting pretty good. It's a little on the low side. I might want to cut out, let's see. Yeah, I want to cut some out. Let's see. Definitely sitting a little on the low side. Let's cut that back out. And let's see where it's at. As we add engines, right, we can take out hard ballast. So you want to add your fuel and you want to add your hard ballast. Your hard ballast is going to be these weight blocks, right? We want the boat at this point to sit where we want it to sit, and it is. If you look, this is the deck. I want the deck above the water like it is, right? That's what I want. All right, and we're going to draw a water line. Let's draw a water line. Let's actually try to get one extra because I don't like that water effect over it. So let's go ahead and we'll paint our water line. Let's make our water line here, and what we're going to do is we're going to get the boat to sit with ballast at the water line. All right, so I want it to be, do I want it that far up? That should be all right. I think we want to knock that up one more. Let's try there. I'm going to have to pull a little ballast for that, but I don't want any of that water effect, so let's bring the weight up a little bit. So let's see. Cut out some of this. I have to adjust to get a little bit of the stern up. Now eventually what I'll get into the hull tutorial series glitches. I'm going to try not to do any glitches. I shouldn't have to do any glitches, but what you can essentially do is negative rocket fuel, which deletes mass. So what we could do, for example, is we could throw... Actually, maybe I'll plan to do glitch on this. A bunch of people are going to be doing keels. It's you know, of course, it's up to Alistair, but I really dislike keels because it's a cheating block essentially, and so people are just using a cheating block. I know why the devs put it in there, but they use it as a cheat block instead of learning how to build things. And I get it, but you know. Anybody got a message? Alright, so I'm trying to think, do I want to... Trying to decide if I want to go in with rocket fuel. I don't know. I shouldn't need to. But the thing is, you're going to get a bunch of people using it, and this is why, like, in a lot of my challenges, I didn't let you use glitches, because it puts people who don't use glitches at a disadvantage, which I'm not a fan of, but let's go ahead and use the rocket fuel glitch. So essentially, this is how you do the rocket fuel glitch. So right now, that's where our weight is, okay? And so what we're going to do is we're going to do this. I'll show you the rocket glitch, and I can decide later. So what we do is we put an absolute shitload of weight in here. Like, way too much weight. And then what we're going to do is we're going to delete overall weight. And so we put in a ton of weight, and then we delete some of it away, but the proportion is still the same, right? So essentially, let's talk this. We'll go back to a diagram here. All right, so I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Let's go ahead and we'll start a new one here. What the hell is this? Let's just go. Oh, fuck off. Cancel that. All right, so make my life as difficult as possible, isn't it? All right, so essentially what we're doing with the rocket glitch is this. I'm trying to think of the best way to diagram this. All right, so this is how the rocket fuel glitch works. So let's say this is your boat, okay? And what you're going to do is you're going to absolutely pack it with mass. So right now, our center of gravity is... Jesus Christ. Our center of gravity is right here. Okay, so that's our center of gravity, right? And it's in the middle. We want to get it as low as possible. If we could put it even below the boat, we'd do that, right? So we want to get it as low as possible. Let's say we want it right there. And so this is the problem, right? So if we pack too much weight in here, all right, so let's say we put in, I don't know, 100 mass, and we put it in there. And so that's got a downward force. So the 100 mass goes down, all right, and then we have buoyancy. Let's say we put in 100 buoyancy. All right, 100 buoyancy equals 100 mass, it floats. All right, but the problem is that puts our center of gravity in the middle. All right, or no, that's balanced. It doesn't necessarily, that means we're balanced. Okay, that's all we're looking for is balance. Now, we could add, so one way we can get the boat to be more stable and get the center of gravity down is we can completely change the amount of mass in there. So let's go ahead and say we put in 400 mass. Okay, so 400 mass, of course, is going to go down, cause us to sink, but we don't have a magic way to add buoyancy, so we're still at 100. So if we have 400 mass and we have 100 buoyancy, it's going to drag us way down and might make us sink. Now, by using the rocket fuel glitch, we can fix this. We can still do a 4-to-1 ratio where the majority of the weight is very, very low. But then what we do is we go ahead and we do the rocket glitch, and we subtract 300 mass. So proportionally, the mass is still very low, but now it's equal. It's 400 minus 300, so it'll be 100 buoyancy, 100 mass. So proportionally, we're deleting the entire mass of the whole vehicle. We're deleting mass off the entire vehicle, but proportionally, it's still very low. So let's go ahead and do that. Not a huge fan of it, but of doing it. But again, I put myself at a disadvantage in a challenge if I don't do these things, and other people are like able to do keels and all sorts of the cheaty bullshit. I just put myself at a huge disadvantage. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it, even though I don't like to do it. All right, so let's look at it. So we want it to be forward back about the same spot, but you notice we're bringing it lower and lower and lower, and we're getting more and more mass in here. Trying to make sure I don't drag it too far forward. That's not too bad. Alright, so we're adding an absolute ton of mass in here. And let's just double check the rules, make sure he said okay glitches. I'm pretty sure he did. Again, I don't like doing it, but again, if it's in the rules, and it's clearly in the rules, other people are going to do it, and you put yourself at a disadvantage if you don't do it. That's why I used to do no glitches of mine. Was XML and glitches are fine. Yep. So now look how low the center of gravity is. We got the center of gravity even lower. So right now the CG is here. All right. Now we can make a real easy, bold prediction, right? The boat's going to sink because we just added a shitload of mass to it, right? Now it's on the bottom of the water. So that's what's going to happen. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete overall mass out of this boat. So I got to find the CG. So CG's right here, okay. And I'm going to take a rocket. All right, here's a rocket booster. See if I can find it. Do this. Make that easier to find. Take a rocket booster. Now put that rocket booster there. I'm going to change its fuel to 99%. Doesn't matter what the burn rate is, but I'm going to change the fuel to 99%. Okay. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to delete overall mass. So we're deleting the mass of the entire vehicle. but proportionally where it sits in the vehicle is going to be the same. It's going to be very, very low where it is now. Okay, so that's there. Let's go ahead and save it. Now go ahead and we'll bring up the vehicle folder. Alright, so here we go. We've got the challenge up. We're just going to search. Control F. 0.99. Find next. And it should be right here. So if we look, we have, here's our rocket. So we set our burn rate to 1%. There it is. We set our fuel factor to 99%. We can put essentially negative fuel in. And what that's doing is negative fuel is negative mass, essentially. Now you have to play with this. You have to play with the numbers. So let's just try 1,000 is probably too much. Let's try 500 to start with. So negative 500 is negative 500 fuel. Now you could do a positive fuel number as well, and you could increase and use that as a weight block if you wanted as well. So there's a negative 500. We'll save it. We'll go back to the game. We'll load the boat back in, and we'll see where it is sitting in the water. You can also use this to make like airships and stuff. Alright, so notice it's come up, but it's not up enough. So let's go to 1,000. So we got to do that in the in here. So we'll do negative 1,000. So we've doubled it. Spawn it. So you see it's too far forward. We'll work on that, but it's still too much weight, so we gotta go negative 2,000. And this is just trial and error. You just want to keep decreasing that number until it gets you floating again. So see how it's bringing the bow up? So that just means we need to adjust where the fuel's sitting, or the weight's sitting here. Should be all right in the middle. I don't know why it's not balancing right. That's oh, you know what it was? I never tested the weight distribution here. Yeah, I never tested the new weight distribution. That's why. Okay. Trying to think how I can do this without raising the roof too much here. Yeah, the problem is we had it in the back, and then try this. Let's try it like this. Still too much there. Alright, so let me go ahead and we'll take out some of the rear mass, and we'll get it in the center. This actually might help us lower the center of gravity down even more. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll do this. We'll leave those in there. I'm going to start banging some in the nose, in the bow. And that should help to get the nose down, and it's going to increase. We'll have to change it more, but it's going to help our CG even more, so. So right there, that's looking pretty damn good there. So that's right there, pretty well centered. All right, and then let's spawn it. It should likely be, here, let's save it actually. All right, then I gotta reload it, and then I'm gonna search for it. Let's do, I think it was negative 2,000. Alright, so there's negative 2,000. Let's go to negative 4 and see what that looks like. Alright, there we go. You see, we're starting to balance out better. And so we're deleting mass off the entire vehicle, and that's helping. So let's go to 8. Let's do this first. Let's go negative 8,000. We'll save that. And then I'm going to add some more ballast to the bow again. So we need to load it because we just saved it in the XML file. And then I'm going to add some more bow ballast here, like so. And again, because these battle cannon pieces are also not taken away from our air buoyancy, so it doesn't cut away our buoyancy. So now notice see how it's floating? So we've got it pretty well balanced. 8,000 is taking away too much mass, so this is going to be light as a feather. But remember, proportionally, the center of gravity is still very low. The CG is still right here. It's just the entire vessel is too light, so we can just keep editing that number. So notice, see how I'm running around? The boat's floating very high, but running around, it's not tipping very much because the CG is still very low. So let's go back in, and I'm going to go ahead, and 8,000 was too much. Let's go 7. So we're starting to dial this in. All right, so we're starting to get there. Let's try 5. Oh, stop. All right, 5,000's in there now. Let's load that up, see what that looks like. There we go. So now we're starting to sit pretty close to where we want. So we're looking maybe 6,000. We'll try 6,000. See if that floats us where we want. But this should keep our center of gravity really, really nice and low. And that's going to give us great stability. And again, I wouldn't do this if people weren't also able to use glitches. And if they weren't going to inevitably... You'll get a bunch of people throwing in the keels, which were made for sailboats to counteract the sails. And people use them as kind of a cheat to, you know, to take care of stability issues instead of just doing this, instead of like moving their ballast around. All right, there we go. So that's sitting right where I want on the water line. The center of gravity is very low. We got a good amount of fuel, 6, but look at how stable this is. Because we've added so much weight really low, the boat is very stable. And so the likelihood of this flipping over is pretty slim. Let's say this is a backup. And so one thing we can do is, let's go over here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to spawn this on its side. Alright, so now we're going to spawn this on its side. So let's say that a big wave came and it knocked our boat over on its side, right? Alright, so it knocked our boat on its side. Alright, now because the center of gravity is very low, right? The center of gravity is here. The boat prefers to be upright as opposed to being upside down. So even when it was spawned on its side, the boat is going to prefer to be right side up, which is what we want, right? We want a nice stable boat. Let's do this again. Now, if you get this well enough, you can also do it where you can spawn it upside down and it will roll over. Now, the problem is sometimes it can balance upside down, but for the most part, if you get the center of gravity close enough to the bottom, it's going to want to do it, but sometimes it can balance upside down. So see, we've got the CG low enough, the boat does not want to stay upside down. So you'll see a lot of new players Oh, it's so frustrating. The game's so frustrating. I went out in my first boat and it tipped upside down with a tsunami or whatever bullshit, and I can't get it to go right side up. Well, you can see how by getting the center of gravity low enough, the boat will always prefer to be right side up. We can even spawn it upside down, and the boat wants to be right side up. So if it got pushed over by a tsunami, because the center of gravity is so low, it says, hey, I always want to be pointing down to the earth. And that's how you can use inherent stability to make sure your vehicle's always going to be right side up, you know. And so if we have a boat that like can spawn upside down and won't tip over, the likelihood that we can use a little crane to get the pots on and off is going to be really high. So just use an inherent stability to get that stuff where we want it. All right, let's get back to the other base. But that's where the Hull tutorial series was going. I just ran out of kind of time and desire to keep working on it. I made another video for it, but I got to keep making videos at some point. But let's see. Hold on, I got to check my messages. So good. We got made some good progress on this boat. We got a little bit of headspace here for Alistair is not spawning in this base, but like I was talking about when I first started streaming, I'm trying to get it to spawn in this base here so that I can use it for the career build series. So try not to put too tall of a mast. I like to get it spawned here so I can use it in the beginner base. So. All right, good. But that's going well. So we need a crane in here. Shit, okay, I thought I closed that. So we need some sort of pot lifting mechanism. I'm trying to look at some of the pictures. So they have a crane on the roof. I think that's what I'll do. To load pots on and off. So they're loading pots on one side. And so they've got a crane here. So let's, I don't know if I want to lose symmetry. I kind of like to keep it symmetrical. Let's try keeping it symmetrical and see what's up here. All right, let's do compact velocity pivot. Okay. Maybe make it proud like that. Where's the wall? Could be on the load-bearing wall. So let's go ahead and cut for that. All right, so it's got to just be moved back one, it looks like. So put that on the load-bearing wall like that. Doesn't have to be, but just for my brain it does. All right, and let's see. Let's try with pipe. All right, and then I want to pivot it. So that's good. Trying to think of the best way to do this. So it's, Okay. I'm trying to think what I needed for. I did not need very long winches on these. I do need to pass information down them, so. Let me see. They changed the pulleys to take in data, I believe. Did they? Okay, they did fluid. I don't think they did data, though. That's too bad. Yeah, they didn't allow you to do cables, just fluid, so maybe someday. Trying to see how this crane is set up in this. How much headspace do I have here? I don't have a ton of headspace here. Hey, Sweet Pie. What's up, girly? Sweet Pie is here. We'll bring up Sweet Pie's picture. Here she is. Hey, Sweet Pie, what you doing, honey? Jump in here? That's good, girl. Alright, so we got a crane here for our lobster pots. One up from here. One more up, okay. Alright, one more up. Okay. I don't need more than 180-degree arc, so I'll just do robotic pivot. Keep it simple. Okay, so we want AD WS. So it doesn't need to be that long, but playing with it to see where we're at. Want to make sure I have enough reach to get it anywhere on the deck, pretty much. But that's longer than it needs to be, but that's working fine. Let's go to 5%. We'll do 10 for now, so I can play a little bit quicker. Trying to remember my pots setup here. Let's go ahead and do this. And then I'll decide, get the pots fixed here in a minute. Alright, let's save this. And let's grab one of my pots. So as I was talking earlier about, like, so you add the ballast in, and then what you do is as you add things like engines and everything else, you can take away that ballast. Now, what we're going to do is, as we add things, right, the boat is floating perfectly. As we add things, as we add engines, as we add stuff inside the, you know, for controlling at the helm and everything else, we're just going to use that liquid, the fuel glitch, and we're going to reduce that weight off, as we already have it floating the way we want. All right, here are the pots from my pot tutorial. I'm trying to remember how I have this hooked up, so let's do this. Get out of this base. Again, I'm going to try to keep it so that it spawns on this base for my own desires, but go grab this out. Okay, I have a... Okay, I do have a large on there, so I do have a large on here. Let's just do this. That's the helm. Where is it? Cut that. Cut that. Those I can rehook. I want to find right here. So there's the crane. Okay. And then we could save this as the pot crane controller. Okay. All right, let's add this to the boat. Sweet Pie's being very loud and yelling. What's up, honey? Okay. Pitch. Yaw. extension retraction. Oh, okay, I'm not doing extension retraction there. That's fine. This is up, down. Okay, that's all good. All right, and then we'll grab a pot. Okay. We should be able to fit quite a few pots on here. Good. Yeah, I spawned it too high. I gotta always change the height. Alright, I need a cable. Just add it in here. Alright. Let's test this. Why my steering is off on this. Up down works fine. Why is the steering not working here? I shall look what's up with this. Okay, because I wanted it 360. That's why. Okay. So I put this in as a... did I? I must have. I must have had it in as a velocity pivot. Because I wanted it 360. I gotta hook it back up, huh? Okay. It's backwards, but I could flip it. Alright, so now see, because the center of gravity is really nice and low, the boat tips, but not by a ton. And then if we... As soon as the pot goes in the water, notice it auto winches down. And so it's done. So essentially I lower it, so I remember how my system works now. Alright. So when I press up, see, this is the other thing that annoys me. Is it full? See where I'm getting crab? I understand why the devs do this, but God, it's frustrating to realistic players. See how fast the pot fills up? Now in real life, you have soak times. You go out there, you drop your pots. It takes, say, an hour for the pot to fill up because a lot of the crab crawl on the pots. Some come in and get out. It takes you a while to get the pot to fill up. Now, because of the 8-year-old on Adderall who has no patience, they make it so that the pot's instantly full. And so there's no point in doing what you'd really do in real life, which is you drop a pot, you move on, you drop another pot, you move up, you drop another pot, you move up, you keep dropping pots. And then you go back around and you pick up a pot, you empty it. You pick up a pot, you empty it. You pick up a pot, you empty it. That's how you do it in real life. Now, I'm not opposed to the devs putting a slider in, how quickly crab fills up. But they listen to a bunch of whiny children. Well, I'll just be rude about it, and who like, oh my God, it takes all day. And so they sided with those people, and so the pots instantly fill up. So people do silly stuff like they just have huge, like long pot things, and they just drop them in the water. 2 seconds later, they fill up, they bring them up, they put them, and they empty. They bring them up, they empty. They bring them up, they empty. They bring them up, and they say, look how cool it is, I can make $1 million in 2 seconds. And then they say, I'm bored. Of course you're bored. You didn't, like, actually operate your vehicle. You didn't take the time. You didn't get good at your vehicle. You didn't get to drive it around. And so, of course, you're bored. So, anyway, mini rant over. All right, so the way this pot works is if the winch is going down and the buoy is in the water, it will release the winch. I'm trying to see what. And then if the buoy is out of the water and it's up, it should raise the other winch. So you can see the other winch is starting to... should hopefully be going in. Let's check. Yeah, you can hear it going, so... So here it comes. And it makes it really simple that all you have to do is you put it in the water and you put it down and it will pay out. And it's going to keep coming up. It just makes it real simple. That's the other way. And then I believe it's spacebar. Yep, spacebar drops all the crab. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and put it back over. And so I should be able to just touch this on the water and have it auto lower, essentially. Might need a little bit more length than this. Okay, so see right there that water sensor? As soon as that water sensor hits the water, it will drop. And it's going to leave the perfect amount of rope underneath. So the winch stopped underwater. So now all you do is you come off and you... Come on, grab the thing. You grab the cable. Okay, so it's going to pay out full. That's how I have the system set up. It pays out full. That's fine. And then you move on to the next pot. Then you'd pull up and you actually operate your vehicle, which, again, I don't understand why these people, they always talk about getting bored. It's because the point of this game is to build a vehicle and operate your vehicle. If you never operate your vehicle, if you just drive out there, you knock the pots off the side, you make $1 million, and then you're like, well, what do I do next? I got infinite money. This is like, okay, I leave the pot out for 20 minutes. It takes me 20 minutes to go drop the rest of my pots. Well, then by the time I come back, this one's full, and this allows you to play by yourself or multiplayer. So I'm going to add it so you can drive from here, because often they'll have a driving station on the stern here, so you can get close. And then you would reach over the side. I don't have any propulsion on here. And then if you want to play multiplayer, you have somebody run the pots and somebody drive the boat. So that allows you to do multiplayer as well, but you don't have to. And that's, I think, where it's great, is if you can make it so you can play multi if you want, but you don't have to. That was a problem I saw with Star Citizen, was it's like, they had this notion that every boat's going to have like 20 people, and it's like, no, it's not. People would rather do some of the stuff themselves, but if you do get some friends together, they might want to do it together, you know? Yeah, they made it so that it's instantaneous to fill, essentially, because of whiny kids. Yeah, they made it really quick to fill. And again, I don't want to make it so that, the greater the number of players they have playing this game and the new people buying the game, the more approachable it is. It's already like you have to do quite a bit of engineering, so it's challenging for, less invested players. But, put a slider if you can. Like, put a how fast do crab pots fill slider. And if you want, you put it all the way to 0. If you don't, you put it all the way to, max, And that gives you some customizability of it. Alright, so that works pretty well. Alright, next thing we need is a place to dump the crab. I'm gonna move my pot for now. And I can't remember if this will seal. I think it might. We'll spawn it and check. Looks like that did not seal now. Yeah, looks like we're full of water. No, we're not. It's just added a lot of weight. Oh, it's full of coal. That's why. Full of coal. Let's see, coal. All right, crabs and lobsters. There we go. So let's see if this will fill us with. I think this seals if memory serves. I'm not 100% sure though. I gotta check. So I want to check, make sure I didn't just puncture my fuel tank. And I need to make sure that the deck still seals. Yep, so that seals both. The problem is it shows this shit that I don't like. Shows the water underneath. Problem is I need to connect some stuff to this, so let's see, cut that. Try there. I'm trying to hook up more parts. So. Yeah. Would it have to be up? No, that fits. No, it doesn't. One more up? See, I don't like the look of that, though. I can fix that, though. God, I can't see. That fit? That connects, right? I think so. Yeah, that's connected. I can't tell for sure, though. Yeah, that looks connected. Okay. And that's most of the stuff, like, as far as I'm concerned, is an option is always the best way to do it. Let people play how they want, you know. I think it's wrong as well to be like, oh, silly kids who, like, want all this, like, just hand it to them and they don't want to work for it or whatever. It's like, okay. It's like, but you cut your own nose off because it's like, they're also buying the game, which also means you don't have to pay more. And so it's like, yeah, as great as it would be if the game was exactly the way you want it, yeah, you're gonna have to pay more then, because fewer people want the game exactly the way you want it. So by putting more options in, it allows that variability. I gotta put an engine in here too. Yeah, this isn't working the way I want it to. Maybe duct in a central hopper, I'm thinking. That's maybe more what I'm thinking here. Okay. Need a hopper. See, there's a problem. I need a hopper to load into, and then I need ducts. Kind of annoying. Yeah, but a lot of that stuff, like I was saying, if you just add the option, then you have people who can play more realistically. Like, there has to be limits, like, can't be insane, but it's like, alright, good. So that's holding fuel fine still. Got space for an engine in the rear here. I gotta find a way to get this ducted over. That's what sucks. I gotta start putting in the prop. Give me that, please. Thanks. Doesn't have to be exactly like the real one is, but it does have a ducted prop on it. Should be able to XML across that. I don't want the rudder out too far back. little bit further forward than the real one, but it's kind of lower as well, so let's see. Okay, that works out pretty well there. I can XML across there to fix that block. That's fine. It's too busy. It's pretty busy in the back, but it's not that busy. It doesn't go from there either. Let's just stick with this shit like that. That's all right there. Okay. That's easy enough to cover, and then we'll XML across it. The engine right there. This is going to be a bitch because of how big the ducts are. I hate how big they made these ducts. They're really just way too big. Yeah, that's annoying. Let's see. Alright, let's check the, check chat. Yeah, conveyor hinges, that would help. Just smaller stuff would help a lot. Yeah, it's got a rudder, so I'm going to use a rudder. Diesel electrics aren't too bad. I use that on my, I use that on my other crab boat because that's what Damon uses. The thing with a crab boat is it moves up a little bit, it stops, and then they pick up the pot, they dump the pot, they rebait the pot, they drop the pot back over the side, then they move up to the next pot. So you have a lot of sitting. So instead of having the engines idle, the diesel electric works well for that because, you know, it can just run the generator. Let's see. I need 2x3. Okay. Nope. What the fuck? The wrong one. I have a 2x5. How do I not have a... How do I not have a 2x3 wedge? 1x2x3, it's right there. Okay. Alright, so that covers that up nicely. Looks good. Integrates that nicely. Ah. Where's the hole? There's a hole. Probably right. I probably have to block off the whole section. I'm not gonna do like a engine room or anything. I have to go down in. We'll see. It's usually just the cover of these. Just cover them. So see if that seals it up. Yep. It was the XML piece, even though that should cover it. Didn't. Visibility's pretty good actually. I didn't even need to make those 2x3s. I'm gonna go back to 2s probably, but we'll see. So are those all the crab that I picked up? So did the devs put in visual crab that you can see everywhere? See, that's what I'd like them to do, is put actual crab, kind of like the fish, where you have to go and crab. So the other thing, too, is if you look at where the center of gravity is and look at where my propeller is, if the center of thrust is in line with the center of gravity, it's not going to pick the bow up much when you thrust up. That's the other thing people don't get is, like, you do that, you're not going to have much pitching moment. Same thing with airplanes. Alright, good. So now I can move at least a little bit. Alright, good. Alright, start, save this up, build up an engine. Making good progress here. I'm not going to make engine rooms and shit, it's just too much extra shit. Yeah, see, the XML should be covered, though. Because they're 3x. So here's the center section. That is a spot. Then I put a block here, and then this is covered. So it should be covered. I don't know why this doesn't cover, unless, you know, I'd say it gets rid of the entire thing, probably. I should be able to at least just do here. Let's try there and see if it does it. Yeah, it's right there. It must completely get rid of the coverage. Okay. Let's do this. Problem is, where am I gonna put? I think I'm gonna I want some gimmick where you actually have to do some friggin' labor, and I think the labor is gonna be you dump the crab on the deck and then you fill it up by hand. Because that's gonna be, because it's like the game becomes too automated, and automation, like, you know, with my job I have to do, you know, we talk about over-reliance on automation, and too much automation is boring as shit. People like keep thinking they want all this self doing everything, and it's like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna be so friggin' bored to tears. You know, and it's like I get like the people who like to automate all this stuff because for them the passion is making the systems, but like for me I want to operate the vehicle, you know? It's like, you know, I fly with some pilots who never, you know, who always use the autopilot. It's like, well, what are you doing, man? It's pretty boring for you to use the autopilot all the time. It's like hand fly. Like, and then you lose your ability to fly. You can't really fly very well when you're using the autopilot all the time. Starter, where you at? There you are. Okay, what's that? That's 16. 16 should be all right. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll leave that. Either use a hatch like this or a sliding hatch. I'm thinking a sliding hatch. And then you throw the crab in by hand. That's going to be more interesting than just like dumping them, I think. That or a lifting hatch. I'm trying to decide which I prefer. Putting the crab in there. Make the engine bigger too, because I've decided to do it this way. That's one thing we could do, and then I could push out another here. We'll see. Alright, let's catch up on chat. I got you. Yeah, I use 3x3s on big engines, on big boats. I'd rather have a small one. Alright, and then we'll take... That is port. Yeah, I don't use 3x3s on small vehicles. Just it's insanely large for no reason. 3x3s go on the biggest ships. I don't use 5x5s on anything. Let's see. I want that centralized though. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do... let me do that. That's a 1x2. Yep, that's right. Okay. Okay, so there's that. Exhaust, trying to think of this as wet or dry exhaust. Let's do wet exhaust. Do dual wets. You know, they added the new parts. You don't need cats, or you don't necessarily need cats, which I think is a good idea. It's something I had asked for, the ability to shut on and off. And people are like, well, why do we need cats if you want to use them? It's like anything. It's like not everybody uses every part in the game. It's if you want to use it, you know, and that's what's great is if you want to use it, use it. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. You know, so like spawn particles, if you don't want to use the cats, don't use them. You know, not every part has to have a purpose for every person. That's what I find is kind of silly. Is like people are just like, oh, let's take that part out. It's like not every part has to be there for every person. All right, good. So exhaust in. I need air. I think where I want to put that. We'll put it on the stanchions here. Yeah, it's just that those arguments, I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Because I don't use, or because some people won't use, why have? It's because other people use. Real simple. Real simple. You know, other people's fun doesn't necessarily pick your pocket. It's why, like, for example, like, I don't like that, you know, like I was talking about earlier, I'm not a huge fan of, like, the instant crab spawns, but my solution is not take it out of the game completely. It's... you know, it's put in the ability to change it to suit your desires, you know. Do you want to have it 10 seconds because you don't get much gaming time or you have no patience? Yeah, you can have it. You know, if you want longer soak times, you can have it. You know, give it some flexibility for people. You know, you can't have an option for everything for everybody, but it's like you can kind of make a move toward that a little bit at least. Where is it? How am I not seeing an air manifold? Gotta go through. There's blind. Okay, that's good. For now, we're just gonna do this. Now, if we're gonna do it the way I was originally gonna do it, let's do this. Let's do ta-da-ta-ta. That's fine. Oh, stop. Stop deleting random shit. Thanks. I have to go one block forward. Let's do this. All right. Okay, that's fine. Side do they dock on? This side usually, yeah, so it'd be there. This also will act as fuel vents, which just mystifies people for some reason. There, okay. Not good. There's that's fuel vented, and the intake's all good. So that should be good. Let's start hooking this up. Batteries. Okay. Clutch. Fuel manifold. RPS. Air manifold. Coolant pump will work on a second. Alternators. Supercharger, we're not going to worry about right now. Reverse. Starter. Seat. And engine. Alright, let's save this. Alright, that's good. We want AD is going to be Rata. Alright, that all looks good. Let's see if I remember what these controls are here. Port throttles WS, left right is nothing, up down starboard throttle, which we don't have. Trigger is stop. Backlights 5, okay. We'll give this a start. Yeah, engine's up. Have you updated the engine control you're using since the tutorial you did? No, this is directly from the tutorial. I modify it if I'm doing different. See, this is the thing. See all the oil? I'm wondering if the oil is because I have the hole in the hull, but I'm gonna quickly get rid of it. Get rid of the oil spills there. All right, so Alistair said this is gonna be on 40% wind. So there's 50. So shouldn't have any problems in the wind. I can't imagine this boat having any problems in the wind. I gotta put in the stability system so it doesn't do that, but you know, talk about it kind of in the whole tutorial series is, and I talk about it in a bunch of different series. If you make your vehicle inherently stable, your stability system, if you even need it, has to do very little. It's when people complain about like the gyro is terrible for airplanes. It isn't. Is your airplane is terrible without some sort of computer fixing all of the errors you built into your airplane. And so if you build an airplane correctly, like the Caribou I put up and won one of Alistair's challenge, that had no gyro at all. It was just inherently stable. And so if you build your airplane or your boat or your car to be stable, the computer doesn't have to do very much. And like that's why like a lot of modern fighters, the computer is doing so much of the work because the plane is inherently unstable and it needs to do a bunch of calculations to just make it fly correctly. And so that's what you're asking of it instead of making your vehicle work. And so like this has no stability system. Will it work better with a stability system? Yeah. Does it need it? Not really. And so in 100% wind, you see how it's kind of flying. Yeah, we don't want that. So it's going to get a stability system, but that's its only job, is to prevent this from flying and to make it operate just, 5% better and more realistic. So it's not doing this silly shit. But this has no stability system whatsoever, and it's operating fine. The stability system would make sure that it never comes out of the water, even 100% wind, And so you want to build it to be stable on its own, and then you're only asking it to do a small percentage. So that's ideally what you want. We already tested this where I spawned it upside down and it automatically rolls right side up, so the likelihood that this has any problem in a tsunami is probably pretty slim. I've talked about before in like some of these building things for boats and whatnots is as you add any new components that change your center of gravity, you need to reballast. And this boat's going to be pretty good. I don't need to do too much, but, that's, because we added engines, you might need to go back and reballast, it might be something you need to do. But if you do it correctly the first time, as you add an engine in the back, yeah, the weight might be shifted back a little bit, but you take out a couple of the battle cannon pieces in the back, and bingo, now your boat's balanced again. You add a helm in the front. Okay, well, maybe you need to take a little weight out of the front, but for the most part, it should be pretty good, Alright, I'm gonna go. I know tsunamis are silly, I'm not a huge fan, but, again, it kind of shows what what this will do. I already showed how spawning this boat, literally on its side, it rolls right side up, and if it spawns upside down, it rolls right side up. So inherently, this boat always wants to be right side up. It should always go right side up, even if it gets knocked over. And that's what you want to do. That's how you want to build, Have I tried the newish keel part? I haven't played with it much. I have no desire in magic blocks, so I won't use the keel block unless I'm building a sailboat. That's what it's made for. I think of it as a cheat block, and so I'm not interested in it. I'd use it for sails because it's inherently something they have to do to counteract the sails, and they design the sails to work with keel block. So if I was building a sailboat, which I really have no interest in either, I would then use the keel block, but that's the only time I'm going to use a keel block. I'm not going to use it on something that wouldn't have a keel block. Yep, so this boat's built really stably, so it's going to work well. Can I kill the? Can I kill the cancel tsunami? See you later. Right. That's working well. Working nice and stably. Fucking hate these. I hate all these stupid disasters. Some kid bullshit that I'm not interested in. Alright, engine works well. Let's save that. Right. Let's fix that while I'm at it. Let's see, where is this? Crane. Tutorial. That's the engine tutorial. That's the crane. I'll just do this. I'm not gonna reinvent the wheel on this. Alright, that's good. Make good progress on this. I like the boat. It looks close to the source material. You know, like, this looks a little bit overly bulbous until you look at the real boat that it's... Here, I'm going to download the image. Make it easier to bring the image up. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Yeah, bring that up. Good. Yeah, this is the that's the boat. And you can see, like, dimensionally it's pretty close, you know. You know, like, if we zoom it out, you can see the dimensions are pretty good there. I don't want to squat it, but see if I can get a cutout of it. Or lasso this boat so I can at least kind of have a little bit of a notion of what it's supposed to kind of I'm just trying to get the general shape and see how it's pretty close. Trying to do a little bit of erasure here. need the crane. I'm just trying to get a quick erase on it so I can see what it's looking like. You need the antennas there. Just want the general outline of the boat so you can kind of see. Shape's looking pretty good. There we go. Save as. Oh, it needs to be saved as a PNG, never mind. Okay, or else it won't be transparent. Let me see. Yep, so that's the boat cutout. That's dimensionally. So, don't look too bad dimensionally. Yeah, so it works out pretty well. I like the size of it, I like the shape of it, looks pretty good. A little bit longer of a crane, I think. I might put the extendable crane on there that I had on the other one. Let's do this. Save it real quick. So, who was asking about Ace? Was it ACC was asking about the diesel electric, the Crab 22. It's on the workshop. This is diesel electric. The real Damon ship it's modeled after is diesel electric, and it's like I was saying, you stop a lot with the you end up stopping a lot with crabbing, so it makes sense. I think I'll just freelance from here. Yeah, I don't know if I want an extendable. I don't think I do. I think what I'll do is just do that. Let's make it a little longer. So let's do a quick crab on this. So I think this is the thing, is I think if that's pierced, it's gonna leak oil. That's the thing. I think if the fuel tank is pierced, it's gonna leak oil. I think that's just how it works in game. Unless that was from that stupid tsunami, but so because of the inherent stability and the real low center of gravity, you notice with the crane all the way out, it doesn't tip all that much, you know. So as soon as it hits the water, I press up. Do I? And it's going to keep paying out. And then it will raise up. And then I'll press... Grab the handle, please. Alright, grab the handle. Alright, grab that. And so, like, the way you would do crab in IRL, and the way I like to do in game, is you drop a pot. You move up. You drop another pot. You move up. You drop another pot. You move up. You drop another pot. Alright, we stop. We drop another pot. And then you come back around. And you pick up your pots. You know, now, for them to do it for the, you know, the 8-year-old on Adderall here who can't sit still for more than 5 seconds, who needs the crabs to instantly fill in the pot, it doesn't really pick my pocket all that much because, yes, does it blow as far as I'm concerned that the crab instantly fills the pot? Yeah, but I can still play the way I want because I just drive away and do another pot and then come back and keep going, you know? I don't let it ruin my fun. You know, I still play the way I want to play, and they can play the way they want to play. And as much as I think the way they want to play is wrong, it's, you know, and I would like to have a setting so, you know, I could set my soak times. I get why the devs do it. Like, some people act like there's no rhyme or reason to this shit. Yeah, there absolutely is. They have to keep in mind what, you know, what is some friggin' low patience person gonna, are they gonna want to sit out here and crab for an hour? They might not, you know, or they might not have the time to do it, and so they have to make a product viable to as many people as possible, and so part of this is making it so that somebody can jump on and play for 5 minutes and then move on with their life, you know. I think I'm gonna add a bow thruster probably. Yeah, because for me the joy of this game is operating the machine. Now, a lot of people they buy this game and they don't care about operating their machine, and it's like, well, what's the point of the game to you then? You know, because the point of me is to operate the machine, and you're building machines, you're building custom machines, so you can operate your machines, and so that's why I like the game, and so it's, you know, if you don't actually like to come out and operate your machines, then I think you're going to get bored, you know. Okay. So yeah, I think a bow thruster would be good to have. But, you know, different strokes for different folks. People like to play different ways. I get it. Instead of being a dickhead about it and just poo-pooing everybody's fun, just other people can play other ways. I think a full-size tunnel would be fine for this. Yeah, that's pretty good. Mostly just a facade anyway. Alright, there we go. Really, I like to run these, but that's too big. Yeah, it's too big on that. I have to run smalls on this, that's fine. Hoping there was some. I might tighten this up in any way to make it look better. I don't know. I have to put something like that in there. I think that's better. See what I can do to kind of fix this tunnel. Yeah, look, so much of the stuff too, I tell myself, like, don't care too much about like what parts you're never gonna see again look like, but it's still tough that you want it to look good, you know? Like some of the stuff, it's just like, especially under the waterline, you're never gonna see again, but it's like you don't want it to look ugly either, so it's kind of tough. What you doing there, Pie? What you doing there, honey? Problem is they're going to be in opposition like this, so. That the full release never being touched again, that is dead, long dead, never coming back. People need to just get over that. Like, games are gonna change, and it's for the best. Like, put on my old man hat. Games used to get released and never get touched again, and it is much, 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 much better now. It really is. Like, this notion that, oh, they went back and changed this, oh, poo-poo, is like, dude, that is exactly what you want. You want them to fix and change and make things better. And yeah, do you have to go back and spend a little bit of time fixing stuff? Yeah. Does it really take all that long? No. It's like... it's the new way things are being done, and it is for the best. You know, does it suck when a game gets released early? You know, to make some money and doesn't you know, like a triple A dev studio does it? Yeah, but that's a different thing. That's completely different than it go and they change some games, and it's like that's what allows a game like this to even be made is the ability for them to change it up. You know. Just it's the way it's got to be, and it's for the best. It really is. Like, I'll take it all day. I'll take iterative gaming, like the updates the devs have made for this game recently have been fantastic. Great stuff that, you know, I'm glad they added to the game, and the game is so much better off that they did it. And if they had to come up with some arbitrary thing of we'll only release a game when we won't touch it again, games would be shit. They really would. They'd be throwaway games. And then the new complaint would be, you know, it was kind of like what happened with Farming Sim. Farming Sim used to come out with a new edition literally every year. And then it went to every 2 years. You know, and the whole reason they did that was because they had to keep adding to the game, and they would put out a new game literally every year. And that's how the games used to work, is you get a new game every year. And so it was, and you'd imagine all these people who complain about this $25 game that often goes on sale that they keep crying about. Imagine the howling they would make if they had to buy a new copy of the game. It's like they would lose their shit. So I think it's better that they do it this way, you know? And it's, a lot of times it's just people being cheap too. Is like they complain about spending money all the time. It's like I get it. A lot of people don't have money, but it's like constant whining about it is silly too. Move this back one now. I don't like these props sticking out, but I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. I love twin screws, but I don't want to make this boat a twin screw. Who's determining what a full release quality update is? It's all subjective. If you get something you want, you say yay, great. If you don't get something you want, you say boo, no. It's silliness. It really is. That's what happens. You know, I made that point on Reddit. It was somebody didn't like the way the game was going, so because it wasn't the things they wanted, and so therefore the updates suck. And then you get somebody else who loves it because it's the things they want. And if it's the things you want, it's a great update. If it's not the things you want, and so you got to kind of put yourself in somebody else's perspective. Say, hey, it's not something I wanted, but the game got something added to it. That's great. You know, something is leaking somewhere. Something is leaking somewhere. What the fuck is this leaking now? Fuel tank is leaking, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it's just going into the internal buffer. That could be all it's doing. Just going into the buffer. See how it's sitting? I gotta check the ballast again. A little bit of a rear sit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's like the silly people who said no, who will say nobody wanted space. Bullshit. It was in the poll. People asked for it in the poll, and they got what they wanted in the poll. Whether it was a good update or whether it was a necessary update is all irrelevant. People asked for it. They got what they wanted. And yeah, you didn't get what you wanted. Sure, I'm not a huge fan of the space shit anyways myself, but it was like, it was on the poll. People had the opportunity to vote for the things they wanted. The devs put in the things that people voted for. And that's a great thing that, you know, they put in things that people voted for. You know, would not have been what I wanted, but, you know, I could cry about it or say, hey, at least they added the game. You know, of course I want them to add all the things that I want, you know. But it's not the way it's going to happen, you know. At the end of the day, it's their game. They're going to add the things they want. They should add the things they want. It's their game. You know? Okay. That should be good. Trying to decide if I get rid of the bow thruster and add a twin screw. I think I love a twin screw just because of the maneuverability of it. Then go sign up to be a free bug tester for him. If you're gung-ho to go test bugs, man. I tell you. Let's see how this floats now. Pretty good. Alright, we'll cut some mass off it here. Let's save it. Don't know which one it was. It should have been backup. Alright, we'll save backup. Alright, and then fuel factor -6, -7. We'll save that. Yeah, see, it's spawning oil somewhere. I gotta figure out what's up with that. That's sitting pretty well. I'm leaning towards putting a second screw in there. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I don't want a visible bow thruster. I really don't. I really don't. Let's do this. If I could hide that bow thruster better, I'd be happier with it, but I'd rather have twin screw. There's a freaking fuel leak somewhere, I think. Oh, I know where it is. It's in the air vents. That's where it is. Okay, it's in the air vents. It needs to go air vent to the tops here. That's all it needs to do. So gas will go up and down. So I need to change. That will go. That goes to gas there. That's what it's doing. It's allowing fuel to come from here and spill out the top. That's what it's doing. So if I do gas vents there, it will fix it. Right. That's what it's doing. Okay, that will fix it. Beautiful. That's done. Okay, I think I'm going to do twin screws. I just like twin screws. Much better maneuverability for a twin screw. Okay, let's see. Where do we want them? Keep them pretty tight. Maybe right there. We're putting it right in that rib there. Yeah, I think that's better. That's all in there. It's good. Twin screws. Okay. Oh, stop. Did I put the one that's already hooked up that's called port over on the wrong side? Yes. Fuck. Okay. Of course I did. Okay, let's see. Can I re-grab these? Not be a pain in the balls. Dump the starboard one over here. I do love the select tool in this game. It makes it really easy to move this shit around. Okay, there we go. good. Stop. Give me some symmetry. Go. Seat goes there, engine goes there. So starboard. Okay, good. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, let's go play with this a little bit. Why is my tank full of anchors? It isn't. It's full of battle cannon pieces. It's for ballast. Go watch the beginning of the video. Talk all about it. Alright, so we got that oil leak figured out. I didn't hook up the other rudder. We're looking at 16 knots, that's too fast. But too fast for me, let's put it that way. A little bit of bow ballast. Yeah, a touch of bow ballast. Okay. that's looking pretty good. It's about where I want it. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right. Yeah. Yeah, lower. I talk all about it in the health tutorial series. It's the lower the center of gravity, the more stable your boat is. This boat can be spawned upside down and will flip right side up. So, especially using a crane, it's important to have a low center of gravity. So it needs a little bit of a stability system, but not much. So that's good. Again, you want to get it as stable as you can get it. Like if I move the props up or move the center of gravity down, the bow would tip up less. But we'll use a stability system to fix this, and then it'll give it a little bit more realistic performance. Okay, good. All right, save this. What I'm gonna do? Do I have a stability here? There it is. Okay, good. I did make one. I did put one in. So this is a stability system. I got all sorts of tutorials on this, but essentially what I do with my boats is to give them realistic performance. You always want the propeller in the water. And so the best way to keep the propeller in the water is you put an altimeter where you want the water line to be. And so what it does is it always keeps the stern of the boat at that altitude. Then you do tilt for the front, and so that always tries to keep the front down. It gives it a natural performance. That's what we want. Let's do this. There we go. Okay, so these are gonna go, and then we have two altimeters because we have two propellers. Let's see. Let me make sure I didn't put a correction angle on these. Okay, good. All right, good, good. We gotta move one direction there, maybe. And in line, I can't even tell. All right, so we want it to be right here, one below the water line. So those are going there. All right, good. These fins are actually in line, which is gorgeous. What's that? That's a physics sensor. All right. Cut that. All right, so that's our trim tabs in the rear. That will be bow, and then physics sensor. Let's get the physics sensor plumbed in. I can go a little bit forward, that's fine. Make sure that didn't corrupt anything I didn't need. Yep, that's fine right there. Right under there, that works. Alright, good. Then I gotta figure something for where I want the bow stability to be, and then I'm gonna probably need more. Let's see, maybe 4, I'd say. I'm gonna need something on top. So what do we get there? Okay, that will do. And what's the fin orientation here? So solids down. Solids down, solids down. And that's a 5. One by 5, there it is. Okay. There's the bow fins. These can go idea. Alright, we'll go play with the stability system. Should be pretty well set up out of the box. Physics sensor, make sure everything else is connected. It is, alright. Hello, Owl, how are you? Alright, so it should sit much flatter now, and then, so that's essentially, it's like auto trim tabs, so you'd have trim tabs in a boat for this very reason, as the center of thrust is below center of gravity. It's going to try to tip the bow up, so you put in some hydrodynamic fins to add lift to the stern and bring it up. That's what we're doing. So as you can see, it's sitting nice and flat. I should turn, it should have minimal roll. It should roll still a little because the fins can't completely counteract it, which is good. We want a little bit of motion, we don't want it completely static. But it should be nice and stable. Very good. Notice the bow's not rising up, and when I press stop, you notice it sits nice and flat. And then the other one is when we go in reverse, it's not going to pick the stern up. See, it sits nice and flat when we go in reverse as well. So that's all the desirable traits we want. And so one of the reasons why I wanted twin screws is with twin screws, I can do this. So no rudders involved. I can rotate it. So having twin screws, I don't need a bow thruster. I can modulate my thrust to be able to turn us. So if I need to come a little bit to the right, I can, more than my rudder will allow, I can do asymmetrical thrust to do it. So that's why I tend to default to twin screws, and even though the real boat's single screw, I'd rather have a twin screw. Even though this is oversped for how fast it should be, we're going 18 knots. The 9.4. 9.4 times 1.94 is 18.2 knots. So It's definitely faster than the real boat would go. Let's see if I can find what the real speed would be. You know, people complain in game if something goes too slow because they get bored. So, especially for a challenge, I tend to go like, I don't know, 30 to 50% faster than the real one goes anyway. Like crabbing's not something you need very fast vessels for, because you can launch them right by the sell point, which I think is another design problem in the game, which I get why they did it. They did it for the people who don't have the patience to go wait, but not what I specifically would have liked personally. Alright, let's get the other rudder hooked up. That needs to just be hooked up. We'll be much more maneuverable with the other rudder hooked up. So. Alright, here we go. So we'll put a pot in the water, and then we'll do some maneuvering around it. And so you just want to put the pot barely underwater, and when it hits the bottom, it will auto rise up. And then okay, so the reason why this winch keeps going is the winch shouldn't keep going. The only reason it keeps going is because I have infinite electricity on. The electricity comes from the crane. So as soon as the bobber, the buoy comes out of the water, you grab the cable off, the electricity stops, and so that makes it so that the cable from the buoy to the pot is always the same length as the depth of the water. It's still going because I have infinite electricity on, so it still has a source of electricity, so won't do that when it's completely done. Alright, so now the pot's full already, which drives me shithouse. Again, the devs did that to appease the people with no patience, but I get why they did it, you know. They have to try to balance it. They have to try to make the game casual enough for casual players. Alright, so here's with 2 rudders. So much more maneuverable. Coming back around to grab the pot. You know, say we just dumped 5, 10, whatever it's going to be. And now we're going to go grab the first one. Alright, so I'm too far to the left, so we can turn a little bit, or too far to the right, turn a little bit left. Alright, and here, let's go grab the pot. So I grab my cable. I plug it in. I hook it up to the winch, which shouldn't be that goddamn high. There we go. And then as soon as the buoy gets out of the water, it's gonna cause the winch underwater to start to pull up. So it's a nice automated system. It makes it easier so that it's really just convenient and user-friendly. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is, like, I don't, like, some people always, like, cry, realism, realism, realism. I tell them, like, hey, as much as I would love realistic shit, you gotta understand that it precludes a lot of gameplay. And I'm not about that. And so it's like, you know, like Owl's saying, you know, 8 knots all the way to the Arctic he's not a fan of, which I get. And it's like, I'm glad you can make, you know, you want to make a ship do 30, 40, 100. It's not my playstyle, but I don't poo-poo other people's playstyle. You want to play like that, that's great. And I'm glad the game allows that. And that's part of, like, when people want hyper-realism, it's like, be careful what you wish for, because that hyper-realism is going to make it so that you, you know, you lose a lot of that gameplay you want to do. Alright. So I like having some hand play here where you can, we're actually like picking up crab, dropping them on the deck, picking them up. Some dropped in, that's great. Like I have other builds that are a little bit where you just push a button, like especially for multiplayer. Like I would like to do the multiplayer career build series again, and like having some friends come on and do some crabbing with you. If you have 3 friends, if you have, say, there's 3 of you even, like what the hell does the other person do? Where right now you have somebody, their job is drive the boat. You have somebody's job is work the crane. And then the other person is picking up crab. And then as that person's picking up crab, putting them in the hopper, the other person is resetting the pot. And so this gives everybody a job, and I can do this all myself. You see me doing it all myself. But you can also have a couple friends do it, and each person has enough of a job that they're not sitting there doing nothing, and that's important. To build in enough gameplay where somebody else could, join you and have something to do. You make it too automated, it's, what's the other person going to do? There's nothing for them to do, So like for this one, we're going to pull back on the port screw, and we're going to use some port rudder, or some rudder, and we get away from the pot. Then we want to go straight. We straighten out our rudders, and we do both port and starboard screws. So I like a twin screw. It just gives you much more maneuverability. It's like docking. It's you have much more maneuverability docking with twin screw. So like we're coming in at 45. I'm going to stop the propulsion. I'm going to pull back on the left screw. And I'm going to pull toward the dock. I'm going to stop it. You notice it pulled the bow away. All right. Now, if I want to bring if I want to bring the bow towards, I want to come back on the starboard screw. So I'm going to go left on the rudder, and I'm just going to gently tap my starboard screw in. That will cause the stern to come away and the bow to come forward toward the dock here. So just gently tapping it. I don't want too much power here. There we go. Now it's going. And so see, it's pulling the stern away and the bow towards. Now, see how we just docked perfectly? So that's what's cool about having a twin screw is, you wonder how people dock boats, that get really good at it. Especially if you have multiple engines, you can really maneuver well. So like, we wouldn't want to slam our stern on the dock here, right? We don't want to break the back of the boat. So let's talk about getting off the dock here. So getting off the dock, notice the bow is pushed off already a little. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the left engine, and when we pull back with the left engine, that's going to cause the bow to go in a little bit. All right. So we're just going to I've got full left rudder, and we're just going to gently tap with just the left screw into reverse, and now it's starting up, and it's going to cause the bow to tip in, but notice the stern. Now I'm going to straighten out my rudder, and now I'm going to go add some full power on that left side, on the right side rather, and there we go. Turn right off the dock. Adding full power on the port, and we just spun ourselves 180 right off the dock, didn't hit the dock. So that's why I like this. It's kind of cool. You can learn how to maneuver the boats. Yeah, it just gives you much more maneuverability. Like coming up on this pot, I had a couple problems where I wanted the bow thruster. Like, say you come in like this, right? It's hard to get over there with a single rudder and a single screw. Like, as you go to the right here, the stern is pushing away. So if I just go up gently with the left screw, kind of simulate one screw, and you notice I need to get the middle of the ship, the midships, to the pot. All I'm going to do is rotate around it, right? So what I can do is I've got my left in forward and the right's doing nothing. I'm going to start to gently bring the right backwards into reverse, and you'll notice that the bow will start to come in. See it coming in? Now I'm going to straighten out my rudder. I'm going to start tapping up the right side, and now we brought the buoy right next to the boat. So it just gives you so much more maneuverability. Now the buoy is right next to the boat. We'll press space to stop us. We'll grab it. So you got your person back here. Click. Right. Right, you can have that third person. They can hook the cable there, so the crane operator's not having to come off. I got it glitched in the build. I got to drop it off for a second there. There we go. Right, so the boat driver here could be reversing us. So it's nice that I can do this all myself, or I can have some friends play with me, and you know, there's enough jobs for them. So I don't want to automate too much, because then it's you want some friends to play with you. You can't. There's nothing for them to do. You need to have meaningful gameplay for the other people if you want them to play with you, you know? So stability of the boat's really good. I like a little bit of tilt. I don't want it to be perfectly 100%, not, you know, listing at all. That gives you a little bit of expertise where, you know, you still have to, like, operate it properly and like, so say I'm by myself, which I am, and I don't want to do it by hand, right? Okay, open the hatch. All right, right there. I'm going to go up, down, up with the crane. And now I've got this over the hatch. And they all fall right in the hatch. So this is how you get a little bit good at your own device here. And bingo, I didn't have to do anything by hand. But if I had a third player here who's like got nothing to do, it gives them a job. They can hand load any of them that fall off. So you don't have to be as precious with loading. But you can see with a little bit of crane skill, you can still load it without even having to touch the crab. So it allows you as a single player to quickly get back in the action. Like, you can see how quickly I can set a pot and move on. All right, there we go. I'm going to jump off, base, grab this. Alright, and then we'll grab the cable. A little bit too far to grab the cable here. You just kick this up a little bit. There we go. So, like, one thing I'm going to do is add on this handle is the ability to do some controlling of the boat. Let's actually add that so that if you're playing by yourself, you could actually drive a little bit. And so what it's going to be is, let's see. So I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. So I have ADWS up down already going. I'm trying to think. I could do left right as turning, and I could do 1-2 as forward back. Trigger is dump crab. This one's not going to need a stop, so what we'll do is this. Trying to think of how to add this. Be interesting. You know, this way when you're by yourself, you can drive the boat a little bit. Let's do this. You know, this is the type of stuff which is cool for a challenge because you want to keep adding cool features that makes your build more competitive, that adds some cool features that the person running the challenge will enjoy. And so that's one of the things I like with doing challenges, is it makes me want to add some new feature to a build so that it makes it new and interesting, and makes it something cool, you know. This is going to be crane, drive, controls. All right. Rear, helm. Or, you know what we're going to do? Not going to do this like this. We're going to add a module, because then I can add it to other builds if I want. That's the best way to do it. We'll add a module. Okay. Yep, that's what we'll do. Alright, so let's do that. So, grab a blank microcontroller. Rear helm add. Okay, there's a rear helm add, and what's going to do is it's going to grab the first logic node is going to be off the helm. This is going to be the forward helm. Okay. The second node is going to be the rear helm. And the last is going to be a composite output, which is going to be helm. Okay. So it's kind of a combiner. Okay, good. All right, so we got forward helm and rear helm. And let's see. Trying to think of how to set this up. It's going to have to be in the other one. That's the problem. This is just going to be a combiner. I'm going to make this a straight helm combiner. That's what I'll do. Alright, helm combiner. Problem is what's sticky. WS is sticky. I gotta see what's sticky and what's not. This is gonna be interesting. So 2. Okay, 2 is what's 2? 2 is WS. WS threshold 1. So actually, all we have to really change now, I gotta change a bunch of shit if I do it this way. Trying to think what to do. I don't think I have left-right doing anything on the regular helm. Okay, left-right's not doing anything, so we'll do reset 100%. Rotation. We'll set this to extend retract. Okay, that's going to be rotation because I'm not using that. Reset 100%. That's good. And then on this, 1 is going to be pulse forward. Give me push. Pulse reverse. Push. push. Okay, good. So those are now all right, so left, right, 1 and 2. Okay, so those can work together now. So the combiner can work. So we'll grab this. We'll go to forward helm, rear helm. This will now go to wherever the helm goes on these. Like, I don't need to hook it on the crane. That's fine. So we'll go to seat. Seat. Okay, good. I'm trying to think. I don't want to change that. I'm trying to think what the best way to do this is. Just need to add the composites together. I think, let's see if I can do a regular seat combiner. Trying to make it so that it's easier to do. How do I not have a seat combiner already? I have one built. Alright, I'll make this a purpose-built thing. So I could do it where if I'm on one of the helms, it allows me to run it. I think I might just do that for now. Let's do that. So I'm trying to think about multiplayer sessions too, so that's kind of the other thing I'm thinking. So let's do this. No. How's it going, CG? Good to see you. It's Alistair's. I'll put it in the description of the video. It's on Alistair's channel. I'll link his video. Yeah, I'll put it in the description of my video so that you can go there, because that's probably something people are gonna want. All right. Alright, that should be in there now in the description. You can link to Alistair's challenge. All right, so let's just do a switch box for now. All right, composite switch box. On is going to be the forward helm. Off is going to be the rear helm. That way, if somebody is driving during a multiplayer session and they're at the forward helm, it's going to shut off the rear helm's ability to control the ship, so that they're not both trying to control at the same time. So the person whose job it is to drive, if they're on the helm driving, the other person can't take over. But if they get off for something, like say they jump off to go hand load crab, the person who's running the crane can quickly move the boat. So that's what I'm thinking. All right, that's good. That will work. And then we need to build a little logic in here. Let's go next thing here. So we need occupied. Goes there. And then we'll go in here. And so we're going to build the logic for this. So what I want is... trying to set up how to set up this pulse system the way I want it. So we go off of this, I'm thinking. So currently set for 15. I gotta change that. 15 idle. This is annoying. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. So essentially what I want to do is... I should just change the control of the crane is what I should do. I need to run this through a ton of stuff, and it's just like trying to think of a way to make it a little bit simpler. You know, the simplest thing is going to be to go and make the crane controls differently. Because to drive this boat, I need WSAD and up-down. And spacebar, frankly. Yeah, so to add this rear control, it's kind of annoying, but it would be cool to add it, so let's keep playing with it. I probably won't play for too much longer. Yeah, I'm not going to play for too much longer, but I want to kind of get this idea fleshed out, and then we'll finish up there. It's a good finishing spot. Made some good progress. I want to get this mostly done so I can work on it at work. Let's see. The other thing I could do... Nah, I don't have much space here. We need... Let's see how this looks real quick. Part of it, too, is I want it to be cool for the challenge, so... No. Try to come up with logic for this first. Alright, so... It's gonna be... 1, 2 booleans. Let's make the logic and we'll decide how to connect it or if we're gonna use it or what. So that's there. So 1 and 2. Right at it there. The only real problem I have is the spacebar. If I can get the spacebar to work for both of them. But I'm trying to get this pulse. So essentially what you do is you press and hold 1, and it would let you just pulse the engine, and then press 2, and it pulses you back. Let's see. Let's do this. Alright, so if it's not X or Y, it's not X or Y, it's going to reset this. Okay. So that's good. And that will pulse that one up. That will do that. That will go 0.1. That's all fine there. Alright, so what this will do is when I push and hold 1, it will allow me to zoom it up to 15 RPM and go forward. When I push 2, it'll let me zoom back to 15 RPS rather, and go backward. If I let go of either 2 or 1, if not X or Y, so if one of these, if X or Y, it's not going to reset. So if I'm pushing one of them, it's not going to reset. If I'm pushing neither of them, it's going to reset it back to 0. All right, good. So then what we can do is do an add. So that should work. So we'll go Helm on this. All right, so that's this portion of it. So that's the pulsing. Trying to think if I want to do the left-right. I don't think I do. Because that's going to be too annoying. I have to think of this as independent engines, so that's fine. Okay, so 1 and 2. Okay, so 1 and 2 are going to control left, forward, back, and 3 and 4 are going to control right, forward, back with pulses. So that will work out actually all right. So that's good. This is all set up. And then what we'll do is anything coming out of here has to go through an add to add this onto it. So that'll be an add. So that's right there is X. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab this. We need another. So that's what, 3 function? We got to grab the big function, unfortunately. All right, so what it's going to be is it's going to be X plus Y. So that's going to add in this portion. And then what do we have there? We have ZW, ZW. Okay, so that's good. All right, so that's good there. So what we need to do is plug in all these. So that's going to be ZW. That's going to go off of this now. Okay. That's going to be like this. All right, good. Anywhere this is connected, this goes to. So that's it on that. And then this here needs to go to, that needs to go there. All right, so perfect. I think this should work, we hope. I hate these not straight lines. I do it in my tutorials and then I have issues. All right, we'll grab that. So that's 1 and 2, and then we'll do 3, 4. All right, so helm will go there. That's going to be 3, 4. That's going to go to reverse. This needs to come up here. This needs to come down to there. This needs to go here. These need to go in. I already have those, so these can delete. That can delete. That can delete. That can go there. This can go here. Doesn't have to be pretty right now. Just needs to work. All right, so now that should work. We're hoping. I'll play with it here in a second, and we'll see. All right, so what it's going to do is it's going to add. It has its own up-down counter here for me pulsing it with 1, 2, or 3, 4. So 1 is going to be 1 and 3 are left screw forward, right screw forward. 2 and 4 are going to be left screw rearward and right screw rearward. If I let go of any of them, it's going to reset that side to 0. And then it's adding it to what I already have in there. So. All right, good. So that's, let's go ahead and update this. Now I got to change these helms just a touch. So 1 is going to be pulse forward port. Let's do port forward. Alright, so that's all set up. That, yeah, so if I'm off that helm, that's going to do nothing. That's fine. So those are all hooked up. This needs to now go down to the seat. Okay, that's all good. That's going to the crane. That's fine. All right, let's try this real quick. We'll probably finish up. All right. So we'll start it up. All right, so we'll try pushing forward with one. Should go port screw up. And then if we push forward, we should get starboard screw back. And if I let go of the port, which I did. Alright, so it's not doing reverse for some reason. So this is good because I can pulse. So if I press 1 and 3 right now, we should go forward. When I let go, it should stop. Okay, good. Now, when I do, I'm going to try 2, see if it goes in reverse. I don't think it will. Okay, so there's something up with the reverse, so we'll fix that. Alright, so 2 is counting down. Okay. Okay, I know what it is. I know what it is. This can't go through here because this is an ABS, so that's why. Okay, so that's not going to do that. That's fine. So what we'll do real quickly is we'll do another function. Should be able to just do it with an add. And what's this one down here? ABS greater than, okay, that's the clutch, that's fine. Clutch can stay where it is. Okay. So that's the problem, it was going to the absolute, so it was always going to give me a positive, which wasn't going to work. Alright, good. Now that should give me reverse. So we don't have any rudder steering on this, but we don't need it. We can turn with thrust. So now if I push and hold 1, it's gonna increase the thrust to the left side. So I can pulse it if I want, just push it up a little bit. Kind of tap it. Okay, now it's doing fucking nothing. Oh, I haven't started the engines. How to do it? So push up the port side rather. Okay, let go of it, it stops. If I push it up, let's go push it up with the right side, the starboard side. Yep, there goes the starboard side. If I pull back, if I push 2, I go reverse on port. Yep. If I push back on 4, I get reverse on starboard. Yep, there we go. So now say I want to get close to this pot, right? I'm going to go 1, 3. I'm going to go forward. And then I'm going to press 4. I'm going to turn right. I'm going to let go of 1. Push 1 again. So I can kind of drive the boat a little bit with pulsing. Push 4. We're going to turn. There we go. Now I want to go forward on the right side, so we push up. I'm going to come off the left side. I'm going to start to turn us. Takes me a second to get the in reverse, but There we go. So now I'm just controlling it with the asymmetrical thrust. And so I can kind of move it a little bit closer to the pot if I don't have a driver. So if I'm all by myself, that's kind of the point. So let's go put a pot in, and we'll see if this works with the control handle. The helm is right there, but this system's kind of nice just to be able to also control it from there. Alright, so like say I want to get closer to that pot. Okay, so I want to come back on the right and forward on the left. So we're just going to hold them. Alright, it's not working. It's not working here on the on this one for some reason. Oh my god, it's stupid how fast the crab spawn in there now. It really is. Okay, why is this not doing it? So I can't do it from, it's not working from the rear. Alright, so if the helm is occupied, forward helm is occupied, it's going to go to forward helm, which is the on signal. It should be rear helm. If the forward helm's not occupied, that's fine. Going out to helm. Those are all plumbed. Rear, forward, helms. Helm's going to both helms. It's definitely passing through. That's fine. Make sure this is configured correctly. 1, push, pulse forward, pulse reverse, push. That's why. Okay. Alright, let's try that. Alright. So I'm going to try to do a right rotation. Getting fucking nothing. Why? It's doing reverse. Why is the counter not working is the question. It's not revving up. I can hear the reverse going, so it's doing it. I don't know why it's not doing it though. I hear the reverse clicking. Huh. And it works from the front. It just should be changing the source. Let me make sure it's actually connected here. Yeah, rear helm. Connected to the off signal. The composite. So what we'll do here is this. Take this rear helm and we'll hook it to the seat. We'll see if it's something in that panel. Ah, it's not gonna let me start now. Shit. Damn it. I should just grab my regular seat combiner is what I should do. But nah, that's gonna fuck it up. Should be able to start it from the rear. Maybe did I not have the engine started? I thought I did. Yeah, so I can control it a little bit from here so that as I need to get close to pots. Plumb this back in and see what's up. I just want that little bit of pulse control, so if I, like, because the problem is, like, I'll be, like, just too far away from the pot. I need to get just a little bit closer to grab it when I'm by myself, so I want that. Okay, it's working now. So I can just gently get closer to the pots if I need to. Like you can see, I can rotate. So like if the pot was just here, I'll try to do a little bit of a use case here. Oh shit! It's not excluding my other controls. So as I use the crane, it's pushing up the thrust. That's not good. Yeah, so I can't do it that way. So anyways, I'm gonna get the crane off here so I can do this. So like right now, I can't reach that. So that's my problem. I can't reach that. So what I'm gonna do is pulse up. I pulse up and I'll bring back 4. And then I'm gonna pull 4. So just to rotate the right side, push up the front side. And then there we're stopped, and now I can reach this. So not as elegant as I like. I'll work on it, but let's bring it back in. Alright, I think we'll finish up there. That was some good work on this. I got the general design done. It's not going to have cabins or anything else. I want this to be simple so I can get it done. I want it to be a simple lobster boat. So maybe have a little bit of storage under here. You know, some basic couch, some sitting here, some seating area there. But, you know, maybe a hatch, engine service hatches above here that the crane can lift off or something. But keep it pretty simple. So let's go ahead and make sure it's saved. I'll put this on my thumb drive for work so I can bring it to work. Catch up with chat, and then I think I'll finish up. Let me catch up on chat. Hello, Citrus. How are you? Good to see you. That'd be good, CG. How are you? Good to see you, David. How are you? Very good. Yeah, starting the engine does help. Good to see you, Tanib. How are you? Alright, guys, if you liked the video, give it a like. If you're new and you enjoyed it, consider subscribing. Go check out Alistair's challenge. It was good to see everybody. Hopefully I can get some more streams done now and again. But thanks for watching, and I'll see you next one.